What is going on, guys? We are live for Let's Watch Monday Night Football. Seattle Seahawks at the Philadelphia Eagles. Welcome all. What's going on, Jackson? Let me pull up the over under stuff. I see that Mickey said he's staying off of it. So 59% of people are on the over, 63% of the dollars wagered are on the over. A lot of people on Seahawks money line. Yeah, the OU opened at 53, but it's all the way down to 49.5. So it looks like there's actually been some sharp bettors on the under to push the line down like that. I'm not sure what the weather's like in Philly. Nope, nothing too crazy. There's a slight chance of rain. I might do one unit on the under as well. So how's everybody doing today? What's going on? The second coming. Those are decent percentages, but that movement isn't great. Going to stay away from it. We on the Eagles. Yep. I'm putting my play in right now. I'm hoping to get the Eagles at 6.5, which is what I think it was at. Yep. Plus 6.5 on the Eagles. I'm also going to go under 49.5 at even money. So my bets are placed. Plus 7's only minus 125 now. What's going on, Mud? Minus 125 is not the best, but I know what you mean. If you really want to get that 7, you want to get that push frequency, that key number, then go for it. Are you ready for some football? I sure am. Nice contrarian play tonight with the Eagles. There is sharp money, though. And the line has moved in favor of Seattle, which isn't my favorite, but it's still a contrarian play on the Eagles. Cold and snowy, Mud. I forget where you're from again. Yeah, Jackson, definitely good luck. Oh, it's snowy in Indiana. I guess we're starting to head to that season. It's almost December. Really? surprising. It's been fairly nice here. Fairly nice day. Fat guy isn't here yet, but he should be joining us shortly. And right on cue, there he is. Yeah, we're whatever Celsius is that metric, fat guy?
I can't hear you. I got to figure this out.
Mic check 1 2.
There you go.
Mic check
it's
1
in.
2.
I like it. I like it, Zaps.
Eagles +6 at +101. I managed to get him 6.5 at -105.
That's pretty close, to be honest.
I also jumped on the under at 49.5. So Ravens Steelers moves to Wednesday. And
should cancel that game.
Yeah, the other two, although both those teams are going to play on Monday night, so we're going to have a triple header on Monday. I wonder if they've updated NFL.com with these schedule changes. Oh, it says to be determined now. Yeah, and on NFL.com, it's just showing them as to be determined, so I guess nothing's set in stone quite yet.
Steve Mazzagatti, I mean, probably.
Yeah, there is a good chance. I don't know if it's I don't know if your sound's coming through your mic or your other mic.
It's coming through my mic. Here, do I have to adjust it? Is it better?
No,
it's
you're
better
good.
now.
You're good. I don't know whose scouting report that is. They were showing a scouting report from DK Metcalf, and I feel like they got paid like they were wordsmiths, like they got paid by the word. I guess how many times can you say the same thing about 80 different prospects? But they were talking about DK Metcalf's route running, and they were comparing it to food, like he was cooking. It was interesting.
Okay.
I was just surprised by the line movement, Mickey. I obviously got like the worst end of it, but I just find it interesting that the line opened at 53 and was down to 49.5. And it doesn't seem like there's that many weather implications, so I'm curious as to why. Let's see if we can see if there's any key inactives. Lane Johnson is out for the Eagles. Chance Warmack was on the Seahawks roster but decided to opt out. Josh Gordon's
That was
still
interesting
there, but
to me.
suspended. As well as DeMontre Moore.
Here, I'm going to jump off and jump back in. I'm going to fix my background.
Sounds good. Nice job, Mickey.
You guys know Jennifer Lopez is in a new television show. I'm into that. She really got a lot out of being a marginal talent. Oh my goodness. The Bubble and Open Gym documentary. They're running out of stuff. Holy. Well, Max, it's decisions over results. You know, it's if you're going to regret betting the Eagles even with a win, don't do it. I'll throw good money after bet on the Eagles against the Seahawks. That was our biggest loss last year, was the playoff game between the two of them. They haven't won the division in a few years, Seahawks.
They have not?
No. No, it's two years in a row they haven't. I don't know about the one before. They must have then.
The line has been taken down, so it looks like kickoff is about to happen for us.
Boston Scott doesn't seem like a ideal returner. I just start Carson Wentz in one of the leagues. We'll see.
Is Wentz starting? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
I like some of these quotes from Wentz lately, but it'd be nice for him just to play better.
Hello, football fans.
Put on Untouchable.
In the league where they Play. For pay. False start. Oh, neutral zone infraction. I was. We'll take it. That's a positive play. They've got to cover at some point, right? Absolutely. I mean, it's not the way to look at it, but yeah, that is true.
They've been the Sharps' favorite team to bet this year.
They've underperformed, that's usually a team that's capable that underperforms. It's usually good. I hate the Eagles, I really do. But what are you gonna do? Okay, man. Those were two makeable plays.
Well, it's pitch and catch on the outside with no coverage and throws off.
I mean, that could have been a big one. He could have hit it on the slant.
The Eagles announcer sounds drunk. Bring in Hurts. I thought Hurts took first string reps in practice.
That is really piss poor. I'm sorry, guys. That was unbelievably bad start, in my opinion. It's just 3 missed connections.
The live line is already up to Seahawks -9.
God, now we need this defense to. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Untouchable said he did have first string practice reps this week. So
yeah, he did. He did.
Maybe they're going to be sprinkling him in. Most frustrating team to bet. That sounds about right up to this point of the season.
Surprised they didn't try and run it there. Outside zone.
Live line's back down to 7.5. I was just surprised to see it go up to 9 after 1 3 and out.
You need to stop here though, like already. They took 30 seconds off the clock. It's just like you can't do it any worse. You really can't. This is like the most easy play in the world they got. Ooh, leading with the head? Is that what they're going to get here? Or is this a hold on Seattle? I don't see this being a defensive penalty. It'd be strange. All right.
I'm just
absolutely
looking this over. Boston Scott has one of the worst return averages in the league. Off-kick returns on his.
I was right then, just from an eye test. The makeup doesn't. He's not a fast guy, and he's very small. He's not able to get out of the way very often. Is Metcalf alone up there? They got single high safety. He's got to come over. Oh, they ran a wheel, and that was so easy. Oh. Yeah, Merle is a Hey, even Merle in The Godfather Part 2, um, Michael's sister's fiance or whatever in the beginning of the movie, total piss tank, obviously. Surprised David Moore uh is on this list. Like he's the third string receiver. That just seems bizarre to me. Good job, good job, good job. I'm okay with that on defense. There was two attempts on the ball. I'm okay with that. I'm completely okay with that.
I really like that fake toss play from Seattle.
Yeah, it was interesting. But that's tough to stop. Slay McLeod made an attempt on the ball, and the guy from behind, he should have punched upwards rather than ripped. But you got it. That's stuff. I'd rather give an extra yard and a half than, you know what I mean.
I think almost every corner in the league has trouble covering Metcalf. Slay's no slouch, but I'd have to agree.
Jalen Mills has already moved to safety. Forgot about that. He was a brutal corner. Good job. Duke Riley's already made two decent plays. He's obviously a weakness on this defense, but it's promising.
The best announcer is the Arizona Cardinals guy. He sounds like Jesse the Body Ventura.
Who doesn't love old Jesse? That slant is so dangerous. I'm surprised he didn't at least get. I like what the announcer said about being physical with Metcalf. You have no choice. You can't. You have to jam him a little bit. It sure is, Jay. Like, because Metcalf is going to get inside leverage on you. He's too powerful. You have to jam. You have to. Even if it results in a stupid penalty, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's one thing to get beat up. It's another thing to get beat up with a guy who has a pacifier in his mouth.
Well, I don't know. I think he's got a little sugar in his tank. Nothing against him. He's a good athlete. He's a really good player. Just wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Him and Odell.
Statistically speaking, there should be at least
Free play.
two players on the field at
Yeah,
all times that got a little sugar in their tank.
in theory, yeah. Yeah, you would think.
Speaking of sugar in the tank, are you
Yeah,
ready for some
exactly.
Wednesday night football?
Yeah, Dylan putts from the rough Todd field. Yeah, it was right on cue. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know what to do with that game, Max. It's a little bit interesting. RG3's had mixed results. He's had a lot of time to soak this playbook in and a lot of time to develop, though. That's a nice sack here from Fletcher Cox. Coverage sack for the most part. Like RG3, when he got drafted, Shanahan thought it would take 5 years to develop him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's matured a lot since we last saw him. He the ineptitude in Cleveland is hardly his fault. So this is a really, really good spot for him, I think. Oh, thank you. Oh, soup?
Kinda, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, good.
I didn't do that. Yeah, I did. I have him in every league. I have Chris Carson, pretty much. I'm trying to think now. Almost, yeah. I'm gonna say I'm in 5 leagues. I'm sure he's in 4 of them. You know what's funny? I've ended up with Chris Carson probably. Oh, right on. Was it from a can? The what? Oh, okay, yeah. That's great. Jeez.
I want to see it again.
Oh, he went back at him. Oh, I don't know. That's a little hokey.
I didn't really see anything from either side.
Yeah. I that was 3rd and long.
But the flag came out really late, like way later than that. So I just don't think Slay let up.
He might have said something.
Because the ref was like, when he threw the flag, the ref was like kind of getting in his face.
Maybe just dropping N-bombs. You're not allowed to do that anymore. That 23, great job. Is that Slay again?
I think Slay's 24. '23 is Rodney McLeod.
97.
Did an excellent job on that play. Malik Jackson, personal foul.
They could have ended this with 3 points. They want to give them 7. This ain't a team that's great at coming back these days.
You just got the Eagles plus 11.5 on a live line.
I don't know how I feel about that anymore. This is brutal. It's a penalty to have your helmet off. What's going on there? I'll just give it to him. Now maybe he didn't take his own off. Oh man, that was brutal from 97. That would have been 2 in a row. He poked him in the eye too, I think.
2nd and goal.
This would be a miracle if it doesn't end in 7.
Yeah, this feels like a Flyers game.
70s Flyers. We need some Canadians on that team then. Bobby Clark's niece works at the Denny's near us.
Good to know.
Yeah.
They don't even have anyone out on Metcalf.
All right.
Who was that? Nate Jerry?
That was weird. Like almost like the Seahawks let up.
Alex Singleton.
All right. What are our chances here? 20% making a stop.
I think it's better than 20%.
Of the stop? I don't think so. Against Seahawks?
There's
No
an
way.
80% chance they score.
Yeah, yeah. Three yards out. Yeah, I actually do think that. Why does Geno Smith have the ball in his hand? So almost an 8-minute drive. Seven for 9. That's pretty close.
Gino has to act like he's getting paid to do something.
I'm going to stick by my 80% evaluation. Oh, I saw a nice. This might be early, but... Yeah! Yeah!
Man, that 20% hits. We got lucky.
We did. They're 7 for 9. Goof.
Sweet sample.
Let our math, man. Also, part of what's factored into that decision, though. Oh, it's nice that it was a loss. I don't know why you wouldn't put it in Russell Wilson's hands, of all guys. But they factored in they're going to have to that Philly has to come out on offense. Good luck. We're not asking for much from Carson Wentz, though. Okay, we got to get a shout out. Dylan Roberts has 11.5. You want to talk about a good line? There it is. I love when people get good lines. Right on. Speaking of Philly, we got a Fresh Prince reunion. Yeah, it's spelled differently. It's not always about you, DT.
Oh, you said it earlier, Dylan. You probably missed it. I like how the Eagles managed to get the ball to 7 after all that. Possibly, because Son has a two game lead on everyone with 2 games to go. So because someone's pretty much wrapped it up.
They made a stop. You got a great line, Dylan, looks like. That's not Sanders' fault. This is 2 yards. That's all we've got in 5 plays from the Eagles.
Ryan, for that Wilson prop, you definitely want the Eagles to get a lead. I have a feeling Wilson will be more likely to run with the ball if he's forced to
If he's
drop
down,
back and
yeah.
pass.
Two for 22 on 3rd down. Last
It's
3
tough
games.
to-
That's unbelievable.
It's tough to win games.
I don't know about that. 6 and out. We haven't, like, I keep waiting for them to get a little, like, jeez. I don't know. That almost seemed like PI.
Well, considering he
Yeah.
made contact the entire way down the field and then he turned his head.
I think that was
That's-
PI.
I don't think either of us have a problem with that not being called pass interference, but it's
But
being
by the
called
rules they've been
pass
doing.
interference all year. Did Moore try to fair catch that?
Oh, Dylan, come on, buddy. The Broncos didn't even have a quarterback. That's not even fair. And I don't always bet against the Saints, not this year. I will be going forward. They obviously wouldn't have covered. How do you know? You simulate it in your brain and that'll tell you? Broncos D is decent. I think they had a good chance at covering. Was Carson Wentz good in college football? Yeah. He wasn't as some of the other guys. He wasn't as successful, but he had he was the prototype. He's a mind reader. Yeah. He won a national championship at North Dakota State. Yeah, yeah, that's what he did.
I think he's talking about Carson Wentz.
He's joking. Nice. That's a nice number for a football team. Wait, did they actually win a Division II national championship?
Dylan Casone has Seattle and Pittsburgh, which is the same as you. So unfortunately, you don't have a chance to win this week.
That was offensive pass interference. Mills has to man up, though. It is what it is. I don't know. I'm not surprised at all the Raiders lost. Actually, that's what I kind of thought. Not that they were going to lose by that much, but I did think Atlanta was going to win that game.
We teased the Chargers up to 2.5 and took the Chargers
Overrated.
for next week, Jackson.
Nice job. Can we get a 50-50 here? 3rd and 8?
But I don't blame Mickey for being hesitant to make early bets right now with how prevalent COVID is in the league.
Nice job, boys.
Couple early good tackles from McLeod.
Oh, I love that show. It's bizarre. I love it for the wrong reasons, but that doesn't matter. Good job, McLeod. McLeod is throwing his body around this game so far. 4th and 2. Can we get another 20%er? They use a timeout. That's great. Jackson, I don't think he knows what overrated means. He tends to call a team overrated. They just had a bad performance. Yeah, absolutely. He was he did it. I think he was talking about the Ravens. I don't think anyone is overrating the Ravens. They're 6 and 4. Like I don't know. It's very interesting. Let's see. Dude, was that guy on the podium? Why'd they show Evander Holyfield on there? I thought Evander Holyfield was from Alabama. All right, can we get another stop, boys? 4th and 2. He just called timeout 18. It felt like it. Yeah!
Sure did look like it.
Dude, what are the chances of hitting 2-1 out of 5? It's 1 in 25. Wow. We got 4% here.
Oh, my God. Seattle getting greedy. I think Seattle's playing carefree because they know it's not like there's a threat on the other side.
It should be, though. It should be. There should be a medium threat on the other side. That defense... Go ahead.
I'll take the team that gets to at least punt after they're 3 and out. So far, so good.
There hasn't been a punt, eh? This is one of those few ones where it's a... or has there been a punt?
The Eagles have punted, twice, once. I think.
Twice, yeah. What am I talking about? I think it's the right decision.
It's the right decision both times. It's just it didn't work out.
I wasn't really down with either play call, but what are you gonna do?
What's going on, Don? How you doing?
Hello. So far, this could blow up. Good for the under. Philly minus 1.5. Where no. They'd have to score touchdown. And even then I still don't think it would be that. Yeah, 2 yards. It can't be 1.5. That's not.
If you could get a line at Seattle plus 1.5 at this point in the game, you're doing a good job.
You're doing a good job. No, Philly defense had 2 nice stops. I don't know how well they're playing, but
Well, considering they made 20% stops, I think they're playing out of their minds.
my prediction is I like the Eagles. It's waning though. I got to be honest. This offense has been insanely bad against a very malleable defense. Look, he's open. I don't know. Whoever's just outside the slot. Who's there? Just hit him. What are we doing? That looks bad.
Yeah. Throw behind Godert. Quack, quack, as Untouchable says.
18 you could just hit right now. I don't understand.
Well, it's the difference between Aaron Rodgers and pretty much
God, if
any
he
other
would have
quarterback.
let that one loose, that would have been a...
Well, it's even... These are the plays that I get confused by because if Godert comes back towards the ball to make a play and just gets rocked by Wagner, like he's going to get the PI call. Because Wagner's just running full speed backwards.
Yeah.
Or full speed, not looking at the ball. Like I don't get why more players don't do that with how
Almost
easy it
throw
is
it
to get
short.
those PI
You know what I
calls.
mean?
Yeah.
Throw it short and to the sideline too, where you like it's close. Because either you get the catch or you get a PI call. It's getting close to that.
I don't think they should bench him, but I definitely think they should see what they have in Hurts.
Well, what does that mean then?
Well,
You
I
gotta
I don't think Hurts just gets the rest of this game. Like I think at least give him a shot to come in and get a first down. Like
Yeah, but then you play one of those things where it's like when they used to with kids. One goalie would play one half, one goalie would play another. I don't think I don't know. It's not prudent, I don't think. I think you go all in or don't.
if you're the coach right now, would you be playing Wentz?
Probably not, no. Those like you're at least supposed to bring a experience when as far as like changing at the line. If he can't do that, then there's no value. He's missed a bunch of throws already too, so might as well go with the guy that can't make those changes but can still make the throws. Also, the other guy's a running threat. And the thing is, it's not like this is his first game like this. Every single Eagles game has been this bad.
Yeah. Is Jalen Hurts from Alabama?
I don't think so. I thought it was Ohio State. I could be mistaken, though. Oh, he is. Oklahoma and Alabama. Yeah, that was Oklahoma was the one I was thinking of.
Vikings are laying 9.5 because they're playing a team that the public doesn't want to bet on. The Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, Dylan will take Jags 9.5.
For a guy who loves Minnesota, that's very interesting. I like it too. Dylan getting sharp. What's going on? It's hard not to like the Jags at that number. Wow, we got a 2nd and 9 here. You must hate the Vikings, Dylan. Fucking bean shell. Ugh.
Oh, you're 20 miles from the Vikings practice facility?
Okay, we got a 3rd and 9 here. Win a coin flip. Been pretty hot tonight as far as those go. That's delay a game. What's going on? Real sloppy. Yeah, screen probably, Mickey.
Pete Carroll is just looking sick on the sideline.
Yes. Yes. I don't know how you're going to get both, Dylan. Seahawks easy cover tonight. I'm not looking like it, Dylan. And the other Dylan Roberts, he's got 11.5. I'm really jealous of that line right now, despite the complete ineptitude. Well, eventually everyone's going to score. You know what I mean? Even the 70s Bucks put touchdowns up once in a while. There's a flag got to be on Nick Ballore from the Seahawks. I think he just threw a punch. Hope Craven LeBlanc doesn't screw this up. He was chatting with the ref. Hopefully not jawing.
Chris Carson's been playing snaps for the Seahawks this game. He's had a few touches.
Wait, he said majority of the snaps, actually. Hyde got a goal line carry, so did he.
Is that the live OU, Don? It was at 49.5 at the start of the game.
Oh, they're saying the real issue is they can't protect him. He's missed a lot of throws. Offensive line, I'm agreeing there's deficiencies, but he ain't helping. This is such a holy garbage play. And wouldn't he went out of bounds? Why is the clock still running? Oh yeah, they still do it till the 4 minutes at the end. Yeah, the Eagles aren't playing the 85 Bears exactly. That's another argument.
I'm just disappointed in play calling in general because, like, if you do have a bad offensive line, there's things that you can do. Like, you don't have to drop back and like just have typical plays that are going to be pressured every time.
I'm not sure about the Jets. The Jags, I feel like, are still competing. I really do. I'm probably going to take the Jets in the contest, let's be honest here. You guys know that. Although I was really happy the 1 week I did, and I went square. It felt like next level. Oh, yeah, I like the Chargers as well.
I'm not sure. Untouchable. I know it was at 4 yesterday. I think you said it's at 6 today for Tennessee. Ravens Steelers is going to be, like, we still don't know who's going to be playing, so it's really hard to say.
Yep.
The public is really hard on Pittsburgh, so if we are going to make a play, it's probably going to be on the Ravens, but this might be just a stay away. I haven't seen a live line yet at Pinnacle for
Hurts
this
is
game.
in. Hurts is in. That's what Josh Allen said.
That's good. This could be a disaster, but hey, let's get to the unknown and see what.
Exactly,
what happens.
exactly. I'd rather have a disaster with an attempt. That looked like a false start all the way. Well, what is Peterson doing though? Like this stuff is supposed to be hammered out. You're a professional team.
Well, the thing
Procedural
too is
penalties
that
are ridiculous.
he's an offensive coach. Like you expect more from him, just like I expect more from Chicago as well, Matt Nagy.
Well, yeah. Well, he blamed his team today. I think he's the next one to go.
Oh, Gase too. Gase has been comical the last little while as far as
Yeah,
quotes
except
and
he's
stuff.
doing what he wants. I don't think he's actually trying to win.
Yeah.
That was complete. And that was on the money. That's more than you've had so far with Wentz. Wentz back in? What? Why even bother with that then? Like this isn't a preseason game. How long did he hold that ball for, Big Riot? Is that a joke?
Well,
Oh my goodness.
it just seems weird to bring Wentz back in. Like obviously bad result, but it's been bad result after bad result for Wentz all game.
No, but I mean like it's not this is just it's not a bad result. It is a bad result, but I mean he chose not to throw this away, right? Like that was just unbelievably brutal.
Yeah, Dougie is going to coach himself out of a job.
Should trade Wentz? Well, you don't just it's just not how it works. Oh, I don't like him, therefore I should trade him. It's just been bad so far. He'd become the best backup in the league, I'll tell you that much.
The live over-under is 36.5 for this game.
I don't know how the Seahawks defense can handle this. Or sorry, the Eagles defense is going to be able to handle this over the long haul. They have literally the best player in the league on the other team. What is the 31, man? Get aggressive. I hate when they just force him out of bounds. You gave him 5 yards. Sprint at him and try and make him cut towards one of your players. Yeah, he just got burned on a drag route. They rushed to safety on that play. This is going to be an unraveling. If they need one more stop and they need some offense. There we go. Good job, 21, Jalen Mills. That was really good. Why don't the Eagles run the ball? You got a good point. I think they should be doing RPOs with Jalen Hurts. That's at least a threat. Yeah, it's pretty close, Dylan. It's pretty close. I think he's the best player. So it's just one game. I'm not using a one-game sample to make a decision. Oh, nice. Nice. There we go. 3rd and 13. Nice job, defense. God, I would not have guessed this. Seahawks beaten 3 times, yeah. That was great. I feel like the secondary is playing pretty good too, because usually he has, after those scrambles, someone open, and I haven't seen him make one of those plays.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Brandon Graham seems like he's breathing heavy. Oh, did that get tipped? That's really unfortunate. I was so close to stopping him. I want to see this again. McLeod could have followed with him. That's tough. Slay, though, that's tough. Slay is having a tough game. Oh, man, he is... That could have been a touchdown so easy. That was underthrown. Oh, no, Slay got burned hard on that. $20 million a year for Darius Slay.
That was an excellent throw from Russell Wilson with pressure in his face.
I can't believe David Moore made that play. That was awesome. Seattle touchdown. I don't think you're going to get that, Josh, but good luck to you. I really don't like a lot of these Eagles corners, even though they've had a pretty good game up until this point. I think they do with Wentz, just less. That's my opinion. He has a good chance of being MVP. His odds got hurt after that Rams game. I think Kyler Murray's going to has slipped quite a bit after this loss as well. Rodgers is in the conversation for sure. Mahomes. I think you could throw Ben Roethlisberger in there as well. This is a great question. Dylan, does one game really make you change your opinion on who adds the most value? That's really well put. Really, really well put.
Well, recency bias is going to be really, really strong for people when talking about.
We gamble exclusively
players.
Against people who have recency bias.
But like usually when you're talking about the best in the league, you're talking with hyperbole, and hyperbole will change often. If the Steelers go undefeated, it's going to be hard to leave Roethlisberger out of it, no matter how good or bad he's played. I don't. Seems like Brady wants to
I'm liking
play
this homeless hair.
a long time.
People can just assume I don't have a job. Ben shouldn't be in the conversation. Yeah, when you're undefeated, it's hard not to.
Well, Wentz hasn't played very well for a few years, ever since he got injured.
In particular this year.
And the offensive line is bad, and Wentz likes to hold on to the ball. So that's not a good formula for success. Skill position player-wise, they've got, like, Alshon Jeffrey is back, and Alshon Jeffrey is constantly injured and plodding. Deshaun Jackson's been pretty much hurt all season outside of a handful of snaps. Ertz has been out. Goddard was out for a period of time. And offensively, there just hasn't been enough creativity to get them around the holding the ball too long. And
Miles Sanders is a strong player, though.
He is, but they do a poor job, I feel like, getting him into space and using him to his best abilities.
Kamara MVP. I mean, he's in the conversation. It'd be hard to give him that. He's going to have to do more, Dylan. A lot more. Jeez, you can't have a guy like that returning it. Like, look how easy it was for him to get blown up.
Well, it's just weird decisions from the Eagles. I think Henry's more valuable, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't trade Carson Wentz. He's a $60 million cap hit next year. Holy jeez. You can't cut him the next 2 years. It's too big a cap hit. You make him the most expensive backup. It just is what it is.
Well, they need to draft.
That's
and invest in
grounding.
their offensive line.
That's grounding. That's grounding. Am I wrong? How is that not grounding? I didn't see anybody in the area. He's in the box.
There was a guy like 8 yards down the field, but I know what you mean. It's not
Well,
a
it
good
wasn't
play.
even close. That was grounding.
Jackson
Yeah, that
agrees
was-
with you.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. I think the team won the Super Bowl, not Foles. That was a great pull. Like, the team did very well. Are they about to get their first? We have a chance at a first down here. No, they don't, Zaps. They don't. Hurts was supposed to come on there. They had to call a timeout. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, man. This is unbelievable. Oh god, this would be firing stuff for me if I was an owner. All I care about is I don't care if you lose badly, but if there is attempts at winning, if the procedure is done right, if you guys are all on the same page and the plays are executed fine, it just doesn't work out, that's fine. But this is just complete ineptitude. You don't know they don't know what play they're going to call. They don't have the substitutions in correctly. You have to use a timeout. Those timeouts are so valuable down the stretch. You might not need them, but you might really need them, right? And it could be a difference of points. So it's just really, really, really bad. Yeah, I want them to cover too, Dylan. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, MVP Mitch did get he got 2 touchdowns last night. Man, this is pathetic. I don't mind that play, though. I really don't. You don't need to run an RPO, though, when there's 2 yards to go. Not even. It's like 1.5 yards. Yeah, it's 2 yards. That wasn't that bad of a play. That wasn't that bad. I'm okay with it. Whoa!
Even like a fake punt, like they need to do something. They need like even a trick play.
Oh, excluding their contracts, that gets difficult. I'll tell you what, Jackson, if I have to win a game, Cam Newton, only because I actually believe Cam Newton wouldn't be selfish and he would lay his body out at this time. He was never like that before, but I think he knows his window is closing and he's willing to make those sacrifices, which is crazy to say. I used to hate him when he didn't dive on that ball in the Super Bowl. That ego check, though, has been real, though, for him when no one wanted him.
I'll take Wentz. I think Wentz has a higher ceiling.
In it, ah,
Like Newton's his shoulder's messed up. Like he can't throw a ball.
well,
It's,
neither can Wentz.
I wouldn't say that.
I just think you could you could strategize a better offense with Cam. Yeah, I think he can do more with less. I completely agree. I think you could make an interesting offense with Cam Newton that could win. They almost beat Seattle on the road earlier this year. There's things about the Patriots that I've quite liked. The problem is though is they can't come back in games. I don't think the Patriots. Like their defense has to play stout and their offense has to be not threatening, but it has to move the chains a little bit. They have to win almost like they have to win the chain game. So Robert Griffin the third. Yeah, vegan. I don't know. Every girl I've dated that's been a vegan, even for dating one now that was one for 8 years, her hair was falling out. Stopped falling out when she ate meat. I don't know. Same with the last one I had. She was vegan for 6 months. Hair was falling out. Switched back. I don't know. Maybe it is better for you. I don't know. I've eaten way too many burgers in my life, but I'm definitely not the guy to ask. Total yards 4 from the Eagles. Holy. What a job. 50. Good job. Oh, he got a horse collar. Jeez. Oh, come on. I think they're going to... No, they got to pick that one up. It wasn't behind his neck. Nope. He was going to get tackled anyways. Yeah, absolutely. It is. It is. He was going to get tackled anyways. I didn't see the hold they were talking about on IU Potty. I thought that block was fine. What a play by Russell Wilson. I think you got a pop there, though, from 75. 75 is a sweet number for a D lineman. I got to be real. I wish they had the same rules they had in the 70s, Mickey. You could clothesline a receiver. That'd be awesome. That was a hold on 18. Yeah. McLeod had the other edge set, but they ran across. It's unfortunate. George Atkinson, Jack Tatum, absolutely. Jack Tatum had a really, really nice. Well, that was pretty bad from 18. It's the same thing. He held him from behind. Who was the guy with the missing teeth on the Steelers? Jack Lambert. There you go. Wow, 94 has been. That's got to be grounding though. There's no one in the area. Darius Slay. Jesus. Fuck. This is just ridiculous. Are they serious? Are they serious with that? Am I missing something? Am I missing something? Tell me if I'm missing. I'm okay with that. That was a penalty? Russell Wilson, they couldn't even complete the pass if they wanted to. Oh, man, this is bogus. Let me know if I'm crazy. That was ridiculous. There's no way that should be a penalty. This feels as listless. Like they're. Oh God, I feel like like I'm on the Bears again. I can't believe that was a flag. That was an entry. I like that play from Seattle. Just hammer 14.5. I don't know anymore. I can't believe that flag just now. You can't. Can you push a receiver? Is that allowed? And he had Wilson dead to right. That was grounding.
I keep thinking back to the non-PI call at the start of the game on Seattle. It's funny how that's not called and then that holding's called.
So I'm really confused. Exactly. Yeah, because that one was he didn't even attempt to the ball. He mauled him the whole time, and I was actually okay with it. But then that was just a push, and he threw a flag. Like, what do you like? There's no consistency whatsoever. Like, that's just a screw job. And Russell Wilson, that should have been a grounding. Lost it down, 3rd and 20, whatever. That was really bad.
I'm surprised that Eagle corner didn't get called for the late hit out of bounds.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Was he out of the pocket or? He's great. I'll give him this. He's probably the best at throwing it away.
Well, I don't get that one either.
Wasn't that grounding too? Are they calling it grounding? Why does this take so long too?
Well, I know for grounding calls, they have to have 3 different referees line up to agree. But there wasn't even someone on that half of the field.
There you go. Here we go.
Part of that's on the receiver. If that receiver keeps running, they probably give him that call. I don't know who it was.
Oh yeah, that's.
It's supposed to be Lockett. Lockett stopped running. So 2nd and goal from the 16.
That's really pathetic. No, I don't, Don. I think it's impossible. The Vegas markets, the Vegas market is nothing. The gambling market compared to the actual integrity of football. All of these guys make more money per year. Every star player makes more money per year than Vegas does on these games. McLeod tried. He's just too small.
It's a good run from Carson.
Yeah, I just knew this. Like you have that sense that it's going to happen, like a touchdown, especially after that flag. Like how they got it on a run. It's almost funny. Because I like the Eagles' offense pretty much has to go for broke in my opinion because there's no way that the Eagles' defense isn't tired. That would have been one of the few times I think you could have challenged pass interference and won.
I think they're about the same, Don.
I think Baker's better a little bit. Hey, Dylan, you're still in the conversation.
That's a tough one for me, Don. As strictly as an arm talent, Daniel Jones is much better, but Daniel Jones still has a long way to go with everything else in the game. Yeah, exactly, Mickey. Yeah, I believe Daniel Jones took over just after Eli retired. Was there anyone else in between, Fat Guy?
No. He had a Daniel Jones was had a perfect passer rating in the preseason, and that created like a hubbub.
Dak Prescott's better than Alex Smith.
Much better. You should get out a pen and pencil, Don, and figure out who you feel is the best and a number attached to them. This guy is brutal, man. Like Why do they even do that stupid like handoff thing? It's kind of like when the other team's blitzing in Madden and you do PA. That's the most desperate I've seen a guy in a long time. It's a first down for the yeah.
Focus on the receivers and see if they get any.
I don't think they're getting separation, but I mean he's still held on to it and he has not thrown it away. You can chuck it in the dirt. Oh, dude, look at Godair. Look at Godair. Godair was wide open. He was right. I say all this stuff, and I'm going to end up betting the Eagles next week.
Well, the worse the team looks, the more likely are we're probably going to take.
Yeah,
them.
you're probably going to get better numbers. What is that? Did he even get the first down? Did he just give it to him, the ref? Just sneak it or something. Get this first down. You guys aren't good enough. They gave him that first down. Where's the run game? I don't know. Don, are you a time traveler? Are you 4 minutes ahead? Almost a first down. That was a nice. He dodged one tackle, Jalen Rieger.
See, this is where you just go hurry up and quarterback sneak from this point.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's too far out. But you could do it twice.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, this is the shit you do when you can't get anything going on.
You can't get anything going. They're 2 for 26.
They're not going to exactly line up for a QB sneak at this point in the game either.
That was a
screen to
serious hold by
Sanders.
68, I think. I think Philly got away with one. Oh, he did. I didn't even notice, Josh. He did the fake handoff. Why do the fake handoff when you're not even running? Who cares? It's like an extra second. They gave 2 first downs that were very generous, I think, to the Eagles. Oh my goodness. What's the flag? It's got to be on the Eagles. Wow. Okay. Now we're in business. Okay, that looked like nothing. Holy. Well, I guess that's where you get your push from. I guess they're even now. I think Philly has been very fortunate this drive as far as flags are concerned. No. There's no way that's grounding. Are we joking? Are we joking on that one? I thought Seattle was lucky. Oh, you can't challenge it though. So, holy, what a bailout!
I wish there was fans at this game too. That would be something.
Go. It doesn't matter. Go and run a play, you guys. You just got the bailout of the century, man. You get the bailout of the century. That snap was ugly, too. Why do we even have Boston Scott, though? The guy is literally 170 pounds. That's not even close. That is they got so lucky on that. It's literally 3 yards, and it's not like it's tough to tell. The pole is there. The pole is 3 yards ahead.
There was nobody there. Like, no one in the picture. That was something.
I thought they were getting jagged on that second scoring drive for the Seahawks, but I haven't seen something this fortunate for a team in some time. Don, you don't know. You
there
can't.
There could be a lot of points in the second half.
It could be 70 points scored. You don't know. They thought this rolls 2.0 and Scott. Oh, please. Please. And by the way, Darren had a tough time. When Darren was an LA Charger, holy. When he was underweight, he got blown up a number of times. And I think it'd be fun for all this.
Oh, it'd be unreal. Refs came back and hit Eagles plus 17.5, trying to hit that middle now. There's been some fishy things happening on this drive for the Eagles.
They've been extremely fortunate.
There was that weird call, the weird like holding PI, whatever it was.
Illegal hands to the face, which
two generous first downs on plays.
Eagles do have Sean Jackson. Don, go on, Big Rye. What's the second one?
Well, they had the two first downs that were like questionable first downs, and then that call there, the non whatever that call is, I forget what it is. Intentional grounding.
Non-intentional grounding.
The refs got a call from the wise guys.
It might have.
Yeah, live line right now is 14. The Chargers have potential for a bright future. I think they need to make a coaching change.
Yeah. He's going to end up doing too much, though.
No, this is awesome. The reason why I like this is that I know for a lot of this drive, Seattle's been playing two safeties and man, and that allows the quarterback to keep the ball and run. So I actually really like this play. This wasn't even two safeties up high. It was one, and they brought a blitz.
I don't mind it.
The middle, strange enough.
My argument was, though, is I'm worried that he's going to do too much and cause a fumble there. I think the play call is great too.
There was a theory that Wentz and that Prince switched lives back in 2018. There's a conspiracy theory out there.
That what Prince Roger Nelson?
No, one of the Prince Harry or whoever looks like him. The
Oh,
guy who left the royal family.
yeah.
Wentz kind of does have to run like his life's on the line. Like there's not much choice he's got right now. He looks like your high school football coach.
Who is it? Mr. O'Grady? Seamus O'Grady, your football coach? Nice job. Nice run. Nice run. Nice run.
The important part is they're taking time off the clock here because
Yep.
there's a really good chance Seattle could put up points if you give them time. The Doyle rules for Carson Wentz as a kid at the pool.
Seattle gets the ball second half, right?
Seattle starts
I
with the ball.
think so, yeah. Good job. I'm fine with that. You know, it'd be great to have another timeout right now.
These screen passes are more than acceptable, Josh. They've been positive plays, and the thing is that they need to sustain drives just to tire out the Seattle defense. Like if Seattle gets 3 and out every time, it's going to be hard to beat them no matter what you're doing.
It's ugly. It's ugly football, but they're not in a position to turn it down.
But
like
this
they're-
is interesting. Like they're just showing that Seattle is like on pace to give up the most yards per game in history. Like at least have a terrible season all time, and this Eagles team can't even put up yards and first downs on this team is interesting.
It's like, how are they supposed to compete with? Like, it's not a mystery why they lost to Washington. Looks like a touchdown.
My guess is going to be Richard Rodgers.
Dallas Goddard. All right. For personal reasons, I needed that exact thing to happen, and it's good now. That's such garbage, but whatever.
I don't think it's crazy to take any side of any spread bet ever.
No, I agree.
24 points to go. ... JC
I like
says
the
Max.
Lions, Ryan. I got to be honest. I like the Lions. Like, considerably.
Whoop, there it is. I do think Carson is better than Trubisky.
Yeah.
Fantasy's been good for the fat guy and I this year. It's been good for the last couple of years ever since we kind of figured something out in fantasy that gives us a little bit of an edge, and it's worked out very nicely.
It's worked
for
out
us
pretty
in
nicely.
every league and anyone who's used it. So I'm happy for them. I'm happy it's worked 2 years in a row for so many people. Elliott mentally checked out because he thought he was touching. He wasn't going to touch the field tonight. That might be a reality.
It's a proprietary thing that we figured out. We can't exactly divulge it. It'll give you.
They The easiest way to explain it, Dylan, is to say that we use some sort of like Moneyball-esque way to look at fantasy that
to assess value.
Other people haven't used in the past.
No, we don't do daily fantasy. There's a good reason why. Big Rye will take this one over, though.
Daily fantasy, usually the juice that you pay on daily fantasy is about 15%, and it's very, very, very difficult to win in daily fantasy. Just to win, like, in general, and then you have to pay, like, every dollar you bet, you're losing 15 cents, essentially, no matter what.
So that means to break even, you have to be 15% better than the competition, which is probably not possible at this juncture.
Yeah, with the data that people have, there's people like the fat guy and I. We don't do this, but there's people like us who they'll play 10,000 daily fantasy matchups every day. So they've got computer systems and a lot of research that goes into it. So even if the juice was even, and let's say every dollar you bet you get $1 back, like even if you have to play against all of those guys, you're not going to be beating them over the long haul.
Very, 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 very difficult. You might be able to beat them because they have too many entries, but not with the juice involved.
There was a guy who wrote an article, and he was a baseball writer, and he followed a team and followed the league. So he's not like the most knowledgeable guy in the world, I'll say, but like he knows enough about baseball to like know who the players are and that kind of stuff. And he did a sample of 50 games, and he had 3 wins and 47 losses in daily fantasy, which is even like I could go upstairs and get my wife to pick lineups, and she's still gonna win 20 out of 50.
Yeah,
like just off of picking whoever. So the thought of going 3 and 47 in anything that's a coin flip it just shows that that's definitely not a coin flip because of the people you're playing against, because of the data that's out there. Carson is modern day at Tony Romo.
I don't think so.
I know people that do lineup builders, 150 lineups each contest. The Sharps definitely do win. The Sharks win, yes, definitely. How's Carson Wentz looking tonight? Not very strong, Zidvono. Very, very poor first half. Wentz is... Tony Romo was a lot better than Carson Wentz, especially right now. Wow, Ravens Steelers is going to be at 3:40 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday. So for us on the West Coast, that's 12:40 Pacific time. That's an early start for a Wednesday game. That's a weird time. Jackson asked if we play fantasy basketball. I played fantasy basketball like 20 years ago, and I haven't since. I've done fantasy hockey. Fantasy hockey, oddly enough, has been my strongest suit out of anything I've ever done.
He's unbelievable at it.
But it depends
he broke the code.
It depends on the rules. I definitely took advantage of rules in different leagues. For fantasy basketball, the one that I played, it was like 20 years ago, and it was one of those ones where you started off with like a salary cap. I think it was $30 million, and like players would go up and down based off of value and how they played. So I remember like the top guys would end up with like $60 million, and they just have every top guy. Yeah. It was interesting, to say the least. Yeah, Dylan, we're from Canada, so there's a lot more fantasy hockey pools to join and fantasy hockey stuff than there is basketball, or I'd say football, but oddly enough, all our friends do football. Fat guy doesn't play lingerie football, but I had a couple years in the league.
I coached.
Coach. Joe Burrow has played very well for his young career.
No, I don't play any video games. I used to play Call of Duty when I was a teenager, but I pretty much quit them all once I found poker and gambling.
I used to play a lot of NHL, and then I stopped playing that, and I've played an MMORPG for the last few years. Max, they were talking about it on the halftime show. I'm definitely the eye candy of the show, which is unfortunate for everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we can hire someone who doesn't know what they're talking about just so we can get some more viewership.
Yeah. No, I played Call of Duty 1. They used to have something called Cal. It was there was an invitational tournament. So there's when I was 16, I was a top 20 Call of Duty 1 player in the world, oddly enough. But this is the difference. When I played Call of Duty 1, there were 300,000 players. Now there's 30 million. It was very easy to be in the top 20. But most of the people that were in the top 20 were under 25 too. So I played in the biggest tournament they had for Call of Duty 1, and I kind of just stopped after that. That was the last time I really was into it.
MMA RPG would be hilarious. A fat guy would have signed up years ago.
They had it. Def Jam, Fight for New York.
Not quite.
Well, that's what we had back then. That's as close as it had. Or Def Jam Vendetta. I don't know which one. The second one was okay. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna answer that one, Don. No, this was pre-Rust, Dylan. This is pre-Rust. Call of Duty was a World War II one. Although I will say this, I picked up. I had a friend where he used to play Rust with throwing knives, and this is I watched him play for a while, and he loved gambling, so I borrowed his PS3 for I think a weekend, and then we started playing $100 a game, but every time you landed a throwing knife, you got $20, but I just exclusively practiced with throwing knives, and I greased him for a lot of money in the 4 digits in one evening. But yeah, so I guess that's really the last time I played. So I think we used to play Paint House too. It was a downloadable one. Yeah, so I have gambled on it now that I realize. So he just called Jeremy Double Chin, but
That's pretty good.
Berman. It's not bad.
Well, it's even better because he scored 2 touchdowns.
Well, yeah, it's a double entendre, of course. What was the best map Call of Duty 1? Carrington. That was easily the best map.
We're from British Columbia, BC on the west coast.
You're from Surrey, Ryan?
Nice.
Well, yeah, we don't live far from you, I'll tell you that much. You could be Michael Myers in Modern Warfare 2? What?
What do you think it should be renamed to, Zit? I didn't see his presser. What was it like, Mickey? You get some weird answer from coaches when they talk about decisions.
I don't see the problem with Christopher Columbus. And it was British at one point, I think. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, it was.
Are we still part of the Commonwealth?
Yeah, well, we're a constitutional monarchy. So we observe the Queen as our monarch, but we don't exactly we don't have any financial duty to her, I don't think. That's what it is. Oh, that sounds rad, Dylan. I want to hear this Anthony Lynn thing. It'll give me a new opinion on him. I don't know. -3 is a bizarre line there. 2.5 would have been better. I'm looking at these Michael Myers things. This is kind of a cool idea. I haven't played video games in so long.
You know what I find, Mickey, with coaches is that they get too involved in too many things that are happening that they tend to cloud their judgment and make those bad decisions. That's why, like, it's like kind of jokey, but like having a kid on the sidelines who's like played 100,000 Madden games is like, it makes a difference. Like,
Better at time management, you mean?
Yeah, like if you have to make those decisions, like if you've done it 100,000 times and you have to make those decisions compared to the 3 or 4 times during an NFL coach's season where they might have to make a decision like that, it seems way too valuable for how many bad decisions are made week to week by many coaches. Fat Guy and I do lots of different things. So it's sometimes we have multiple jobs. Sometimes we got nothing going on. But this is one of the main things that we focus on and we've put a lot of effort into over the last 7-8 years.
Day trading? No, definitely not. We're more. I think we're all long position.
There's some investment. There's this stuff with the sports betting. There's a lot of market stuff that we do. Other odd jobs, skills that we have that if we need to make a quick buck, we can. We're always looking for opportunities. So wherever the opportunity lies, we'll strike. Day trading is very, very dangerous. Like day trading, especially if you don't know what you're doing, like you could be losing a lot of money, a lot of opportunity. But there's also, with risk, there is reward. So. Looks like Drew Lock's mom took it public, the incident regarding Drew's situation and the interpretations it's setting around the league.
I'd like to read that.
I think that's non-news.
I think it's interesting.
Eagles need a quarterback if you're interested. Yeah. I think it would take a lot of experience to be a profitable day trader. Well, there's a lot of luck. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
Luck
absolutely.
is the biggest factor for anything like that when you're taking that much of a risk. You could definitely do both. I don't think following the NFL betting market, you have to follow it that closely. Like you might not hit the top of every good line, but there's a lot of people can control a market, especially like a day trading one, depending on the market. So there's a lot of things that can come out of left field. A lot of day trading is gambling, and it's ironic that the Fat Guy and I have a gambling show, but there's very little gambling that we do.
I only really gamble on stuff that I have an advantage in. I'll play Monopoly for money as long as I have an edge. Chances are I probably do. I studied a bit of Monopoly last summer.
Yeah, football is only 5 months of the year, so you've got 7 other months to tackle other sports, other markets, other opportunities.
Other opportunities is a way of putting it.
Even like some of the skills that we have from putting this show together, like the video editing and that kind of stuff, you could parlay it into to other job opportunities as well.
No flag? No flag. Okay. I was worried about that one.
What's going on, Dylan Clark? How you doing?
Too many Dylans.
It takes a lot to make a stew. Every week I'm finding it harder and harder to not say that Metcalf is the best receiver in football.
Nice tackle. 57. That'll do. There's some arguments for Tyreek Hill lately, but considering this last game, but I mean, that would be an overreaction. Still think he's too small for in a lot of spots.
Well, I was like, not that it's necessary, but like, I don't think I've ever seen Tyreek Hill create contact. But he's fast
really
enough where it doesn't
though.
matter. So I think Tyreek Hill played really well on the weekend.
I'm worried about that 3 receivers on the right. Wow. Have a good night, Jackson. That's a nice 3 and out.
Have a good
Come
night, Jackson.
on.
Good luck with that paper as well.
Yeah, good luck.
Strong start from Philadelphia's defense.
They've had a great game. They really have. Considering all the gaps and stuff like that. I really think the secondary has been on these scrambles. They don't seem to be open, which is rare. You know what I mean? And I really don't care for this secondary. And but you know, you give credit where credit's due. I think they've had a nice game. No fumble, nice. Who returned that? Greg Ward?
Yeah.
Will Arnett's doing Canadian commercials now?
I was just going to say he's, I think, one of the lesser known Canadian. Like, I feel like if you polled a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people would know he's
Really?
Canadian. I think
I
so.
I always thought he was very Canadian. He's from Thunder Bay, Ontario, I'm pretty sure.
Well, once you know, you know. I just think that if you had to ask an average person, I don't think they would know. What about the NBA, Don? Yeah, I wouldn't have had a clue Untouchable until I found out.
He was married to Penelope Ann Miller. I would never have guessed that.
Pamela Anderson's from pretty close to us.
Yeah, she's from Trail. Ryan Reynolds took my cousin's wife to prom. He went to like a local high school in Vancouver, so it's not like, chances are if you had someone born in the 70s that went to high school in Vancouver, chances are they probably knew him. He was a theater geek. Yeah, Jim Carrey, he's from Hamilton, I think. A lot of the comedic people are Canadian. Dan Aykroyd's Canadian.
Yeah. I'm like 70.
Lot.
There's like a 80% chance that the fat guy is neighbors with Ryan Reynolds' family. Let's put it that way. We get another awesome ESPN graphic.
Yeah. They're defying gravity. Scott, the problem hey, good for him being in the league. It's just so easy to bring him down. You know, that's not his fault. He's just small, man. And Marie, I think a lot of the SNL people were Canadian.
They used to be. I think they've gone like a huge stretch without having a Canadian, which is surprising. I was reading
because they used to
about
poach them, right? Oh, nice step up in the pocket, Carson. I'm okay with that. He tried to avoid. There. That wasn't his fault. That was just way better than the hold it back up and then turtle. You know what I mean? Like that was an effort. Yeah, SCTV. Yeah, that's where a lot of them came from. John Candy, Rick Moranis, Dave Thomas, Jim Flaherty, Eugene Levy, Angela Martin. I got the whole crew right on. And that's a first down. Okay. Bink.
Flowers hurt his wrist or jammed it. I'd like to see them
exploit that.
Try to
what a play. Him. Come on, Sanders. That's 2 drops, bud. 2.
Two very, very catchable balls, too. That's disappointing.
Oh, he had Jeffrey, too. The commentator pointed it out. He had Jeffrey. And that could have been a TD. You probably did, Mickey. Probably hurt the wrist a little bit the entire decade.
Another Anne Marie reference. Nice.
Really gonna. This is 4-down territory, in my opinion. Run a play though, just in case he dropped it. Let's go. Let's go. Really?
This is comical.
Good job. That's you know what? If they really had it and that confusion was just a lie, that was good, but
what's going on, Brett? How you doing tonight?
Hello, Brett. You know what's nice about this drive is what 3-4 minutes already? We're only at midfield. Good start. Good start. Here we go. Here we go. Nice first down. Good job, guys. Doing it easy, the easy way. That's all right. Going to win this game ugly, perhaps. Maybe cover. I don't know.
I don't know if enjoying is the right word.
Yeah, this is torture, this game.
1 unit on the Eagles plus 6.5 and 1 unit on the under 49.5.
You could run this one. Okay. Go there, go down, bud. Yeah, all right. Yeah, the bad throw, but we can't we get what we get. Oh god, that if he hit that properly, that had a good shot of going further. He's still not having a good game.
It
This
wasn't.
defense isn't very good.
He had pressure in his face, so the throw is okay.
That pump fake was nice. That's where the screen pass is not what I know. I agree on that one. It's a little bit different when it's on the goal line because you kind of want to protect the edges of the end zone a little bit. So there's almost that little bit of, leeway and separation. It just isn't there.
It sure is weird seeing Jason Peters line up at right guard.
What was that? Oh, because 85 he wanted him to cut back in. 85 had a smarter idea. He had more leeway going up, turn up field. Rodgers gave himself a better opportunity to get open, though.
Third and 10. This is where Jeffrey and Goddard make the difference. So we'll see. See if either of those guys can get it done.
Why are we using timeouts here? You can't afford to. You really can't.
Yeah, that's terrible coaching, Mickey. If you're getting the play call in that late.
Eagles versus. This is like a funny Norm Macdonald reference from Eric Johansson here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
These men are for the birds. Ugh. That was hardly his fault, though. That play call was brutal. Like, why do they do this? I don't understand. You don't have time to do these, like, fake pitches and stuff like that.
Well, that was a screen that got blown up. And oddly enough, that screen would have worked so well because it was against a blitz. So just poor execution by the Eagles. I don't even know who that screen was designed for.
That's what I mean. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if that was Scott or for Rager. I think it was for Scott, but I don't understand, like you said, why they are doing the handoff for that to start off. Well, it didn't work out. Poor execution.
Eagles are covering for most. No.
Ironically, that was like the perfect play call there, and just execution is just so bad.
Dylan's got a nice line, though. Dylan Roberts.
Yeah, at 11.5. The live line is 7.5. The OU is 40.5. Seahawks money line minus 391. Eagles money line plus 313. When we said that we don't do any sports betting earlier, you were confused? What was it in reference to?
No, we sports bet. That's a thing. That's the crux of this show. Even
The biggest thing for us, the only thing I can call back on is we don't like to bet for the sake of betting. We usually like to have some sort of edge if we're going to be jumping in. Yeah, Josh put it best there. We look for advantage, not a toss up. Canadians bet on everything.
They sure do. Not these two though.
Yeah, the fat guy knows a couple.
Well, they usually end up being customers of mine in some way, some fashion.
The under looks good so far, but still lots of game to go. We haven't had an untouchable smell any turnovers, but that could really change the OU pretty fast.
How'd they miscommunicate? Man, Boston Scott bumbled that, I think. That was really bad. They actually had it. Wow, this announcer's pulling up some... I'm impressed. Pulling up some obvious gaffes from the Eagles offense. Yeah. And that Boston Scott play is right up there.
Is it, I don't have the broadcast on or the commentators. Is it an Eagles broadcast team getting the national call?
I don't recognize them, so I would assume so.
Well, Dylan came, talked all his trash. Dylan Toddfield, that is, and he's not willing to put down any bets this year, so that's on him.
Absolutely.
I'm the smart Dylan.
Good job, Chris Carson. Wow.
Yeah, apparently.
Now that's no. That's for real. That's real. I looked them up. His chess rating is ridiculous. Like for I don't know. No, it's like not unbeatable, but it's really high up there.
What's going on, Tucker? Welcome to stream.
Oh! You can't, no way. No way they whistled that. Absolutely, Otis. I got the Eagles. I got them at 5 and 6.5. I gotta see that again.
What are the odds on Proline, Tucker? Fat guy, are you familiar with Proline?
No. Oh, I think it's I thought it was a government thing.
Oh, definitely not. If it's a
No,
14 parlay,
no.
then no. Even
Payout
at,
is 10
even
times
at,
for.
yeah, it's
That's really bad.
that's a definite no.
Here, just do this math.
Well, it's 6.25 percent if the odds were 50, 50, 50, 50 on all the games. So you would need a payout of what?
What? It's 1/4 to the power of 4. So 1/2 to the power of 4.
Yeah, which is 6.25%.
Yeah. No, please don't do that. Well, it's 2, 4, 8, 16, 1/16. You need 16 to 1. That's insane. You know what? How bad that is? I used to hand out parlay cards, and four teams I used to pay 10 to 1, and I used to laugh, and that was the most common one, because I swear it's because 10 is a round number. You can order some O'Keeffe's for a friend.
Where are you from, Tucker? Let's
That's a
start
good
there.
question. Yeah, start there. Right on. You're Canadian, so that Canada has very lax gambling rules. There's a website called Pinnacle Sports. It's gonna be tough for you to beat it. However, though, you're gonna lose a lot less in commission than you would anywhere else.
I'd recommend Pinnacle. For betting NFL, the juice is minus 105. So you only have to be right 51.2% of the time to break even. Well,
No, most Canadians love parlays.
as of now in Canada, you have to parlay bet. There's no other option, but there's a good chance
Aside
that
from
that's going
offshore.
to be changing.
Pinnacle is allowed in the U.S. under there's agents, but it's illegal. And that's only what I've heard. No, Eric, you got to use the New Jersey websites. But I suggest not just getting Pinnacle, is getting a multitude of websites so you can line shop. You make an account, you make the bets online, and they will add your account. No, don't be sorry. You probably want to use something called Insta Debit, because it's only going to charge you a $1 fee to put money in and out.
Pinnacle's
up to
actually
$3,500.
They've actually updated it. Before it was 2,500 was the max you could put in at a time per day. But there is other ways now. I think you can use a credit card to put money in. So just research the different ways. The Pinnacle has a ton of different ways that you can put money in, but just research it before you do it.
Because you want low commissions on that too, because they'll get you on that as well.
The only thing that I don't like about Pinnacle that they've changed recently is that if you do deposit money and you do want to withdraw money, before they used to pay a flat rate, but now they're taking a percentage. I think it's 3% of your bankroll, unless you've spent that bankroll 3 times of whatever you deposited.
If there's a turnover of 3 times. So when you do take money out, make sure though that it's at the end of a certain cycle, and then you restart the cycle like you have it written down. I don't have a good answer for that, Dylan. Good job. Great tackle, 31.
I
They might
don't
be
think
taking the.
I don't think it'd be sketchy to put in your credit card at Pinnacle, but definitely
No.
like make sure it's like HTTPS or like on Google Chrome now they put the little lock just to the left of the URL. So just anytime you're putting any like sensitive information, definitely recommend doing that. It doesn't look like PayPal's offered, but just go to Pinnacle if you can sign up at Pinnacle. Go to Pinnacle, put in, just check the deposit methods and see what you like.
Yeah, but please do your research on depositing and withdrawal. Because
Yeah.
think about it, we're fighting over percentage points, and it would be really silly if you just gave it away, like all of your earnings back on those types of commissions and stuff. So there's a lot of hidden fees, and don't you know what's really good about these gambling websites? You can email them in detail, and they want your business, so they're going to be very honest and forthright. And I like to, whenever I use deposit or withdrawal, I like to have it in writing from them. So that way, if I have an email that says that they're not going to charge commission, then I get charged commission. Then I can use that as a reference when dealing with customer service as far as gambling websites go. The minimum you can bet, I think, is $1. Maximum, I think, is 70,000. So
Well, the maximum depends on
yeah,
where you're betting and what you're betting. Like even right now, if I wanted to max bet a side live betting Seahawks Eagles, I could put down 8,446 Canadian dollars. So you would be the same. If you're betting a football side straight up right now, let me take a look. Like there's a college game slated to be played on Thursday. I could bet 2,800 on that game on a side. Let me check the NFL. These change too. Like the closer you get to kickoff, usually the more they'll let you bet on a game. Like I can put 4,400 on the Lions right now if I wanted to. Whereas if I bet the Pats Chargers, it's 3,800. So that's a later game. So the closer you get to kickoff, usually the higher they'll let you make your bets.
Oh, my bookie's brutal. Bovada is tough. They have very high commission rates.
If you accidentally bet, you'd have to check with them. I'm not sure what they would do. I would just they give you like confirmations on everything before you make a play, so just
You
confirm.
can't cancel.
Yeah, like Otis said, if you misclick, you call them up after the bet loss and say you made a mistake and want a refund. It's one of those things where they might let you cancel a bet before, but I think it's pretty rare. Pinnacle is considered offshore, so yeah, we do have an offshore account.
Did they whistle that? I thought that bounced. What? That looks sketchy.
Yeah, I definitely get you, Tucker. It's always like a little bit of a leap of faith. The one thing I will say, if you are using Pinnacle, I've had no issues with Pinnacle other than withdrawing money because of different rules. But that was probably because I just didn't do my research properly beforehand when I did deposit the money. So I was going off of old information that I had. But just wherever you're going to put money into, just research and read.
Sanders didn't drop this one. Yeah, well, government is unbelievably bad for payouts. Yeah, ProLine is our we call them like I
Sports
think it's
action.
Toto here, Sports Action.
The hopefully they're getting rid of that parlay rule, Tucker, but I have a feeling even when there is single sports betting in Canada, they're probably going to offer odds that are poor in favor of bettors. So it's people are going to bet where the best price lays, whether that's with a friend, whether that's with a bookie, whether that's with a site that just offers good odds. So
That was a good ball to go there.
yeah, that's crazy. Minus 125 that's tough to stomach.
What's considered a tie? Tie is sometimes within 3 points.
Yeah, like there's the parlay stuff in NFL. Anything within 3 points either side is considered a tie, which is like 20 to 22% of finishes. So it makes it really hard to be betting spreads if you're going to have to parlay like that. Single against the spread at 1.25 is insane. But it just shows you like the government's not willing to take that risk. So, and a lot of people that play it just don't like. I think a lot of people don't understand the math. Like the Keno cards, we brought up the Keno stuff in British Columbia recently, and the Keno odds is insane. It's a 1 in 9 million chance to win $200,000.
Yep,
is the top prize. I can't. It just blows my mind every time I hear it. 1 in 9 million chance to win $200,000. That's insane to me. And yet, how many people still play Keno?
tons, too many.
Yeah, I always find the horse racing odds interesting. It seems like there's a lot of juice to beat in horse racing, but horse racing there's also a lot of funny business in horse racing that you don't get in other professional sports. I know we do like to sit here and joke and say things are fixed at times, but it's a lot easier to fix a horse race than it is a professional NFL football game.
Yeah, horse racing is the most fixed sport easy. There's 2 receivers and 1 DB.
Tell the midget don't go easy on the whip. That's what the fat guy tells me before every show.
I have a question here. There were 2 WRs and 1 DB and a linebacker. Why don't you just run 2 out routes, like to the sideline? The linebacker had inside leverage.
No, appreciate it, Dylan. I think we get a lot of questions asked that fit our skill set. But Fat
Fit
Guy
our
and
experience.
Fat Guy and I still have a long way to go.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone does. Tucker, you basically nailed it. Yeah, it's 52.5% to make a profit, and the average is 50. Exactly.
Yeah. And for Pinnacle, because it's minus 105, it's only 51.2%, so it's a little bit better.
Yes. Yeah. They're going for it? Great. Great. I love it. A lot of the game's riding on this play, but let's go. No. Oh, they are going for it. What do you mean it's knocked down? Did he actually bat it down or did it get thrown into him?
Looks like it got batted down.
I want to see that.
The opposite of us is apparently someone named Dirty Rob.
Yes, I have read about him. Oh, that was a great play by KJ Wright. I have actually watched Dirty Rob before.
So that's a big play for Seattle. They get to start with good field position as well. They're up, 8 points?
No, we don't profit every weekend. That's impossible. There's a natural order of things. It sometimes includes losses. You can lose for months. Yearly, I mean, it's
It varies.
it varies.
So many things change. The this year has been very strong for us.
We
if you
started
take a
out
look-
poorly, though.
the most accurate thing we can point to is our overall against the spread leaderboard. We're sitting at 14th right now, at 52.3%. So if we were betting in Vegas, technically we'd be pretty much break even, like maybe 1 unit down.
That was every game, though. We would never have bet every game.
No, but it's the most. The Fat Guy is right. Like, we're not going to be betting every game, but it's the best way for us to show that if we
With
were betting
transparent.
every game, yeah, it's the most transparent we could be.
It's not over, Mickey, but we need some help here. Not that I know of. You can always email them. I'm sure they'd be open to it. Pinnacle's a pretty decent company, and they'll get back to you fairly quickly.
We have no affiliation with Pinnacle either. That's just from
Yeah.
our experience and from looking at the market and seeing where the best price lies for guys like us. And then Dylan asked a good question. He says, when we say skill set, what's our best skill set? I think just the experience of betting the NFL week in, week out, as well as at least for me, it's more the math side. For Fat Guy, it's more understanding the public sentiment and how they feel about teams.
I would say our biggest skill set is being honest with ourselves and having I would say minimal bias almost. Like we have some, everyone does. We have minimal bias, and I think we have a strong understanding of the math and the psychological biases we're within. And we do have experience looking over the math of just about every play, and too, reading. So what unbelievable. Like, I've probably read 100 books on gambling. I would say I probably have more in my library. So and a lot of that information has been brought to Big Rye. I haven't seen Darius Slay get beat this bad in a game ever.
Tucker brings up a good question, Fat Guy, and I'm gonna have to lean to you to this one. He says, "Is there any other sites you recommend?"
Um, there are other sites. I just don't think that we can put a seal of approval because we don't have enough experience with them as of recent, good or bad. We just use Pinnacle the most, so it's like I do suggest researching other ones and picking. And I know of other ones, and we have accounts in other ones, but I don't want to sign off on them.
Eric brings up a good point here. He says we have the longest season-long streak of being over 50%. And
yeah, probably.
A lot of that is just because essentially the Fat Guy and I are just siding with the book every time. And it just shows you how strong the book is. We don't get the full bite off the market like the books do, but we're little fish in this big pond that just want to get our little bit that we can.
This is a hold. I hope it is. Yes. I think we deserve what we get, Brett, to be honest. And, there's going to be a lot of people that think we're crazy and stupid and don't agree with us. And we're quite okay with that. We've kind of catered to a niche group, and that's kind of where we are. We want that niche group to expand. We do need lots of eyes to get it narrowed down, but I mean, we're just going to keep plugging away, and then the chips will fall where they may. Why did I have to do? What am I, a poet? It rhymed.
Yeah, slam poetry session after this game, guys. It's very nice of you to say, Brad. We appreciate your support. I think it comes with, I want to say it comes with time, Otis, but that might not be true. I think it sure helps us that we've done this and had so many opportunities that it's like,
I don't know. I get nothing from it. I get absolutely no dopamine hit at all from gambling. I got to be honest. I enjoy the game sometimes, but it just doesn't do it for me. I'll tell you what I fear. I have negative feelings about myself when I make poor decisions. That's really the only barrier for me. Big Rye is cold as ice. He doesn't get enjoyment out of pleasure gambling. Mind you, my Big Rye is more wired that way. I've been gambling since I was 7, so maybe just the romance of it has been lost on me.
I don't know any broadcasting handicappers, so it's hard for me to say.
RJ Bell is interesting, but I mean, we don't have enough time really to go through others. So we have to focus on our own show and try to improve that week to week, which has been a challenge in itself. So Stu Feiner is funny, though. I'll give you that. Yeah, of course, Brett. Of course we do. In fact, we have a project where we think there's certain times where a spread isn't indicative of, not all 6-point underdogs are the same. So I have a theory that there's some teams that will gamble more for a win rather than ones that'll just keep it closer. So you're better off taking the money line with the high variance teams and the spread with the lower variance teams. So that's a theory that is not even close to being finished, and it's merely just thought of and I guess contemplated. The numbers haven't been put into it. So also too, there's a chart where you can directly align the probability between a money line, what money line a spread should be, and sometimes there's a few extra points in taking the money line. But that's a very old concept. I was doing that 10 years ago, but it's also a lot higher variance as well, because the chances of an underdog winning money line is a lot different than an underdog covering a spread. So that's
So
a good question, though.
essentially, what the fat guy's saying is like, you might have a sample of 5 games where you could cover all 5 spreads and lose all 5 money lines.
Yes.
And so you might go, oh, this is garbage. I don't want to bet money lines. But if you did that for a full season with like 100 and let's say you make 70 bets in a season, and now all of a sudden those money line bets actually might pay more than the spread bets overall.
Your sample like is going to be a life sample, so there's a bit of gamble in that because you're not going to outrun variance over your life, right? I mean, of course, if you have insane volume in sports gambling, i.e., you're betting everything, and all these types of strategies are being incorporated, then I mean everything gets diluted, right? Because I'll give you an example, like say a team is 12-2 against the spread. That doesn't mean they're going to go 2-12 against the spread going forward, but most teams are going to end up close to 50-50, and how they'll combat that is it'll get diluted over time. You know what I mean? Like over the next 14 game span, they might go, let's say they might go 7-7, right? You know what I mean? And then eventually they start going 6-8. That's just kind of how things work. So it's variance is combated through dilution, not through like an inverse streak.
There's a couple interesting things here. First, Eric, RJ Bell doesn't mention contrarianism, but does seem to use. And I've talked about it with the fat guy before, because like we could just not talk about the market at all, and we would look like geniuses every week, like picking Jacksonville and picking the Cleveland Browns over the last few
and giving
seasons.
any reason. It'd be very easy to find a reason to bet on or against any team.
Yeah,
every
so
week.
I've thought about it before, but I think it's not doing you guys
disingenuous.
It's disingenuous to do that. So we try to be as like open as possible, as transparent is the word I'm looking for. Then Brett asked, it's been a popular question, what do we do for work? We do all sorts of things. It changes all the time. So Max said, do we ever bet money line favorites? And I was thinking about this. I don't think we've ever made a money line favorite bet that I can remember.
It's a good question, and it's probably something we've overlooked. That was the one I circled the most. I wanted to circle back to that one just to put it to bed. What do we do for work? Let's just say we don't have traditional employment. That's the best way I can put it. So, because we can't, there's certain things barriers we're not going to cross, and that's probably one of them for both of us. We don't like to talk about that too much. Does Pinnacle have an app on the App Store? I don't believe so. I think you have to use the desktop website, which will translate to a mobile website. This is another SAC.
You can use like an internet browser on your phone to access Pinnacle. And they do have like an app-like feature that you can use in the browser.
Yeah, no problem. We don't mind you asking, Brett.
Well, Eric, we were under 45% to start the year, and we kept betting because it's one of those things where unit sizing is so important. If we're betting 10% of our bankroll every bet, like we would have gone broke in the first 3 weeks, but that's just how it is.
Yeah.
Like you have to. I pretty much bet 1% of my bankroll on any play, so I'd have to be down like 100 units to go broke.
Well, 1% of your bankroll that you start, you don't. If you win a week, you don't increase it.
The only time you do that is if you're doing Kelly Criterion, which is a whole different conversation. But Kelly Criterion can be very, very dangerous for us to recommend because a lot of people who listen to us aren't handicappers by trade, so it's difficult to do.
I like what Brett says. I'm sticking to 1 to 3 units now that I have my good luck. Exactly, because it takes a lot of humbleness and awareness to realize that you are on the good side of luck. People don't realize how much that has to do. There's a really good book about that called Fooled by Randomness by Nassim Taleb, and then he has a follow-up book. I don't know what it might predate it, called The Black Swan. Those both put into perspective how lucky and how luck plays a role in our financial lives and predictive lives. So, but you should stick to mostly one unit plays.
Like I think this year I've played maybe 2 3 unit plays or maybe one. The other thing too I wanted to circle back on was
That's got to be a flag. You just tackled him. Yeah, please do, Brett. Please do. It's the I find the most interesting stuff about sports betting is the psychology behind it. Mickey is impressed that they threw downfield, and then this was that play that Big Rice spoke about earlier, where Godere did come back to the ball, and he pretty much got dumped by Jordan Brooks.
Well, also like you jump back and you just throw your arms in the air like this, like it's a like you don't even have to attempt to make the catch. Like you can play act it. It was very well done by Godere.
He did try and make the catch though, but yeah, we got a touchdown here. We're in business, Big Rye.
We sure are. I wanted to talk about the betting underdog money line as well. Like if you make 70 bets in a season, you might go 20 and 50, but you'll still be on the winning side depending on like which lines you're getting. So it's one of those things where the variance is so high that if you only do a small sample, it can be risky.
Part of my theory on underdogs came from Tampa Bay last year with Jameis Winston. I felt like he was more likely to get blown out, but he was also more likely to win a game, and it made me think that spread was a bad way of going with those. And it kind of falls into what Josh Allen was talking about. I think he's close to something. He's a little off, but he's at least peeling the first layer of the onion. Because, like, for instance, like I'd mentioned, the variance of Jameis Winston's scores, considering how he forces the ball downfield is very, 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 very high, right?
Yeah.
Capable of winning by 10 and losing by 10 to anybody. So for those teams, I theorize that you're more likely to bet the money line, but I don't have math proof to put my stamp on it. So that's where that theory is going to be expanded, or at least researched during this off season. God.
Dylan asked, what pros do we follow? I don't follow any pros, but what is interesting is we do have the Discord now with the membership, and actually a few people in the Discord tend to mention things from different pros. So I get like the best. I get everyone's filtered stuff for what they think I should see or what they find interesting, which I always like. 3rd and 10, Seattle gets a stop here. The Eagles have a decision to make because this is an 11-point game right now. It's 4th and 4.
I think they need to go for it. I mean, it's not what I want. I think it's a low percentage play, but
Eric, I got a good story too about you hitting 60% in NBA. I'll talk about it after.
That was so pathetic. Oh, that's got to be a flag.
Well, it's definitely not game. There's still time left in this game. Yeah, Eric, go back to that 60%. I had a year betting where I was doing so well that I decided to double my unit size. And after I doubled my unit size, like I think I went probably like 45% against the spread the rest of the year.
I'm going to say worse.
And we doubled it at the point where we were at like over 60% for the year. And that's part of why like Kelly Criterion, like I learned a lesson because I started using Kelly Criterion because we were doing so well. And to think that you're going to hit at 60% plus for the rest of the time is you're kidding yourself. So I learned that lesson the hard way that year. And it also goes back to like people say like, how well did you do this week or how well did you do in a season? Like so much can change. And if you're not disciplined with your bankroll, it doesn't matter how well you did. Because I think we still finished like 56% for the year against the spread. But
yeah, we broke even.
Yeah, like I don't even think so. I think we ended up losing money
It was a small
that
loss.
year.
Yeah, that was really disappointing because we were on fire.
The with the small sample of Moneyline Baseball, I found you are better off giving the run and a half. This needs to be a field goal attempt. Go for it. I think Wentz threw it to the wrong team. Yeah. Wow, what a joke. That was horrible. Sorry, my best use. My best bet used to be fade Chris Russo's NFL picks. I say he couldn't pick his nose. I don't mind that at all. There's a guy on Instagram that I fade all the time called Fade My Bets. That's not bad at all. Oh, you definitely have more volume to bet in the NBA. And there's definitely there's things to be uncovered in any sport, in any market. It's just how much research you're willing to do, how much time you're willing to put in, and then it becomes like how disciplined can you be with your bankroll. Like you said, last year was really hard to stay there, but you just got to. And anytime you're doing well, to think that you're going to continue hitting at that same pace is unrealistic. Unless you're doing it over a 2, 3, 400 game sample, it's really hard to sit on it. I always fade Gabe Morency. He's interesting, at least entertaining wise. I don't know. I haven't been following his picks over a long time, so I don't know what he's picking. Here's some rushing yards for the man who bet the OU on the over on Russell Wilson rushing yards.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been writing a book on this, and it's over 1,000 game sample. I think it's 1 in a billion to hit 70%. That's about what it is.
It's the same people that are betting massive 8-team parlays and then complaining when they've picked 8 big favorites and one loses. It's I could have won $800 this week, but Philly let me down on Monday night. It's yeah, that's how that works.
That used to be me. It used to be a lot of people. It was never me. I got introduced to the sharp life early, but I mean, there's a few moments, right? Because think about the people that introduce you are usually influential, and usually you get influenced by someone's success or perceived success, but usually it's bogus, right? I go to a bar quite often, and I still get the same guys talking about how they're up in Keno lifetime. Yeah, whatever you do for entertainment, that's two different stories. But we're trying to help people that are interested in having long-term success, and parlays are just almost never the way to go. Who dropped a dislike? I don't know. Maybe it was my mom.
Even if you guys dislike, it's not really going to do anything. It's dislikes and likes are treated the same.
Taka had to borrow, exactly. No flag? Oh, come on. That late?
Watching that live, it didn't seem that bad, so I'm curious to see this replay to see what they saw. Kind of looked like Lockett just kind of lost his balance and fell down.
Oh my. That is brutal.
Oh man. Oh man. Can they challenge this? Can
No.
PI
They
be
could have
challenged?
challenged 2 already. No. That's done.
I've exotic danced before. I've just never gotten paid for it.
That was hosiery.
That's
That's 2 now. They did get really lucky on that first half drive, so that looked like a false start to me as well. We could get a garbage time touchdown here because of soft coverage. We really could. That's a possibility if they're able to hold them. You're supposed to, Dylan. He's a great player. We bet this one, Max.
I'll tell you what we bet.
I was really big on New England, so that play worked out quite nicely.
Lost on the Bears, lost
Yep.
on the Broncos, and then
That
one
was
on
early.
the 2 units on Panthers was a win. 2 units on
Yep.
Patriots was a win. 1 unit on
Yep.
the Bengals was a win. So 3 and 2.
I had it.
And
I had early
up
Giants,
4
so I
units,
lost that one.
or up 3 units. Sorry.
3rd and 14. Can we stop this?
I've got the under on this game as well, under 49.5. Futures are different. Futures, I'll usually go 3 units on a future.
Just need a touchdown.
We've done a lot in the past on futures, though. But
We have old videos on it, actually, if you're interested.
we put a ton of research into it. So it's a futures are a whole different ball game. We would always recommend betting futures over anything else.
We would bet, in all honesty, sometimes 20 times, like 20 units on a future, like that large. So
Yeah, there's a chance of that too, Mickey.
cup up, bros. It sounds like it, Eric. I just don't have any basketball. Best futures to win are bet or win totals, and usually negative, Max, because a lot of futures are under the guise that you'll have no injuries, so it's better to be negative. So taking unders on them is really good. So you have to simulate the season though, which is a bit more difficult. Means you have to pretty much rate every team, but it's possible to find a lot of value.
The other thing that's interesting about futures that a lot of books offer, and the fact I mentioned it's better to take unders, is that there's 256 games in a season, which means there's going to be 256 wins is the max. If there's a tie, then that goes down, and if there's multiple ties, that goes down. So usually on average there's probably 255, 254, depending on the season, because you're going to expect 1 or 2 ties. So really there's like 254 wins in a season, and sometimes when you add up all the wins, the over-under wins, you can get like 259, 260 at the books, which is a interesting opportunity to, and even more incentive to bet the under. As well as the books will do a lot of half games, and they usually do it up a half rather than down a half.
Yeah.
So like a team like the Browns this year probably were like at 8.5, rather than an 8-win team.
8, Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to go over on that, but there's a lot of teams that are like that it's interesting to see. The Eagles would have been probably like a 7-8.5 win team.
Yeah.
Maybe
We would have
even
been
higher.
especially pessimistic on those. I bet Broncos over. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. The one thing is the Broncos were a hotly contested future team. I have Dolphins over, which I think is already hit. Even though that was almost square when I took it, and we took and Jets under. Jets under is the other one, which is all looked really nicely. I think we have one more that we're probably wrong on. Those are two good ones. The two good ones I remember.
Well, a big one for me last year, my most confident bet of the entire season was the Miami Dolphins under
Yes.
under 4.5 wins, and they ended up
Tell them
putting.
what happened.
Well, that bet was awesome at the start of the year, and then Brian Flores turned into like coach of the year, which we didn't expect him to be that good.
What? No, but what happened to you in week 17?
What did I bought back?
No, they beat the Patriots as 17-point underdogs.
Oh yeah.
You lost 2 bets on that one game.
That's just how it goes.
Well, Dylan, I think you're going to get both because it looks like they're probably going to cover the 11.5. And Chris Carson did get a touchdown. So, I mean, you might have got both.
Would I parlay a Super Bowl prediction? No. I cashed 11.5, but I did put a small 6.5 on Philly. Oh, it's okay, Brett. It happens. That's just how. That's how it turns sometimes. You would have been Burt. You would have taken Cleveland under this season. Yeah, that's.
We probably would have too, to be honest.
I don't think it's hard to say now because
that's a flag, man. They blew the whistle 4 or 5 times, man. The guy's still dragging him down.
Stefanski was a pretty big unknown.
Oh yeah, Wentz is scaring me right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, Jake. He got the
Zapp's got both.
He got the Colts under before the Luck retiring news came out.
It's both Brett and Zaps. And Jake Jacobs, that would be the home run of unders. You still got a holding? This is in the trash. 2nd and 30.
It's both. That's why it's just whatever's the opposite of the perfect marriage. I think Doug Peterson is coaching himself out of a job, and I think that they're going to need to make some investments on their offensive line. Wentz isn't going anywhere for 2 seasons.
That was so pathetic.
Yeah, like they'd just be throwing Hurts to the wolves if they started him.
What kind of play is that to Boston Scott?
It's a screen. It's just poorly executed. And, yeah, at least he got out of bounds to stop the clock.
We're a play behind, so who knows what happened. They punted? Why would you throw it there? Yeah.
The
Yeah,
under
we
was
gotta.
at even money, so I'm gonna break even today.
I'm gonna lose a little bit more, but that's all right.
I do hope the Washington football team wins the division. They're thinking that Jones is gonna miss some time, but they haven't said if or how long. We'll have to go back to watching YouTube animal fights. Whatever floats your boat, Eric. The Eagles use their last timeout. Yeah, first down, this game's over. They're in shotgun, but like, is there any way they don't run this ball? Brandon Graham made an awesome play on that, so I don't blame him. He's played well tonight. Video, Fat Guy and I, right when this is done, we're going to start working on next week's video. And we're going to have it out tomorrow morning. Fan cam is dead. How awesome would it have been for Philly to have fans at this game? Like, they would have been insane. Fat Guy would love to talk about Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, I'm sure, all night.
I hate all that stuff. You guys don't even know.
Mickey's not happy with this. You hold Russ to 20 and you can't score 21 on a bottom 5 defense. What I find interesting from the Eagles this game is that they didn't really try to establish the run.
Yep.
I think it would have been a much different game. Well, Dunlap and Adams are two good players. Dunlap a little bit past his prime, probably got let go, and feels like a fire's been lit under him, getting to play for a winning team. Eagles got the stop here, so it's not a great chance, but they still have a chance. The Seahawks have 3 layups the next 3 weeks.
Close.
So Seattle's up 14. Philly's going to get the ball back. A backdoor cover is still pretty unlikely. It's possible, Jake. It's unlikely. It doesn't make sense for them to go for 2, but who knows? Sam's here to say that the Hawks got this on lock. It's looking good for the Seahawks.
Looking good. It's over.
I got Eagles at 6.5. What do you mean we turned on Cincy?
That was me. I went with the Giants.
Well, you went with the Giants at 4.5.
Yes.
I was on Cincy at 6.5. So there's
There you
a
go. Big difference. Well, not big, but I know. It was one of those spots. I just thought it was a good price, Eric. 4.5. I thought it was a good price on the Giants, which it was. They had it until the end. Hey, let's keep going, guys. Hey, you should disagree with me, though. I make mistakes all the time, and, you know.
It was there were 16 games on the weekend, or 16 games this week, and Fat Guy took 14 underdogs. That just happened to not be one of them. Yeah,
I like the Chargers as well.
Seattle at 5 in the contest turned out to be a good line because the line closed at 6.5. Yeah, Zaps. I bought up to Chargers 2.5. I got a
They got a
feeling
touchdown?
there's some good news here. What a play. The Hail Mary King, Richard Rodgers.
So we're gonna get screwed by a missed extra point. I mean, that's pretty lucky.
Well, extra point doesn't matter.
No, the one before.
Oh, yeah.
They're going for 2. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look.
Yeah, Fat Guy and I are off the. We're not looking at this. We're watching this.
I'm
one.
not looking. I'm minimizing this. I can't look. What? No, this would be the luckiest cutback to recover we've ever got. Ever.
Seattle timeout.
What, did they bet on themselves?
Vegas rig job. The one thing I will say is that Peterson's been one of the more aggressive guys for going for it.
That was a nice catch by Richard
It
Rodgers.
was an excellent catch. I never understood why more guys don't do that. Like, go to the front of the pile and...
Well, they did. That happened with Jacksonville once.
I'm loving the comment section right now.
Don't read it. I'm not looking. Yeah! Yeah!
There's also like no incentive for Seattle to really stop it either.
Oh
so it's
my! Oh my!
Bring me my money. Investigation time.
We did it! We did it!
I'm donating this profit to
Profit
charity.
to charity?
Fly Eagles fly. Investigation time. Funniest cover I've ever seen. You guys were all here to witness. The Fat Guy and I are always on the wrong side of things like this. So
Yes, this is the luckiest one we've ever had.
to get a win, it's still not done though. We'll see. There's still 12 seconds left. Watch DK Metcalf run back run this back.
Wentz magic, yeah, right.
Wentz for MVP, is that what I'm hearing? Can you imagine being on the Hawks right now? No. Sarah Booth is in the house. Oh my god. Doug knew the spread. I called it, boys. Jake did call it.
Yes! Yeah! All right! All right! We did it! We did it! Oh, that was so garbage. Oh.
The
Dude, my phone is blowing up because I was catching so much shit from people.
yeah.
At 6.5 zit. 6.5 points.
Yeah, six
Yes!
and a half hits.
Yes!
The under's gonna hit.
And the under hits.
So I'm gonna be 5-2 this week. Good for
What a complete garbage. Oh, that we're
good
never
for
on
5
the,
units.
Big Rye, I don't remember us ever being on the good side of one of these. This is awesome. This is awesome. We've had like 6 happen to us and never on the good side. And
Yeah.
here it is. Oh, what a kneel. Going for 2, no logic. Oh, absolutely. 5-star entertainment it is. That's an Eagles cover. Woo! Woo!
Strangely enough, the Eagles don't cover in the contest. But I have a feeling you can take a loss in the contest for
I don't give a Well, I don't want to have a bad record, but I mean, oh yes.
Yeah, I had the Eagles plus 6.5. I just don't. It doesn't really. I could care less if I win or lose.
I don't know. I caught a lot of flack this week, and well, that's I can get.
Have a good
I
night,
don't. I'd
Mud.
rather be lucky.
This is why line shopping is so important. That's exactly right, Zit. You can't tell me Doug didn't know the spread. Doug has no clue what the spread is. He doesn't care. That'll turn your frown upside down.
Yeah,
You almost had a heart attack. F the contest. Let's cash it, boys.
I'm gonna get my Eagles toque. I'm wearing the Eagles toque for the whole thing. For the whole show.
I'm sorry, Mickey. I had to bring up the contest.
I'll be back.
F the contest this week. Cassone wins. Cassone wins this week too with that. And Dylan's in second place. Oh boy. This game bailed me out. F the contest this week. If this game were played again, I wouldn't mind taking the Eagles. This is my second cover off of a Hail Mary this year. I'm already giving you guys a 2-game penalty in the contest. Fat Guy is not happy about that. But I think he needs to cup up. I think you guys should spam the chats with cup up. So we can all tell the Fat Guy he needs to cup up later. I wasn't even going to hit that 11.5 on the Eagles before the Hail Mary. Strangely enough, I think the Hail Mary was more likely than them going for 2 and getting it. Zid, I almost only bet closing lines. I'd say 97% of the time I bet a closing line. I'm starting to move towards the open line, some open lines, but even like this year is so risky with COVID concerns. Fat Guy was saying they didn't even cancel Broncos bets early in the week, so like you might have had Broncos whatever plus 5.5 before all this stuff. Fat Guy's.
I can't believe it.
I personally bet closing lines because I like to see how the market sits before I make a bet. If you had Saints, would they cancel the bet? I don't think they did. From what the Fat Guy said, they weren't canceling those bets.
They took the money.
Everyone
it was disgraceful.
Everyone in chat says you need to cup up because of the contest this week.
Dude, I'm cupping up right now, man. You want me to put a tampon in? Just ask. Just ask. Right now? That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh, yeah. And thank you. He did say toque. It's not a beanie. That was awesome. One of the ugliest and worst performances, and I cashed money on it. That never happens.
We're celebrating harder than Joe Pesci in the Super after winning a basketball game.
It's Big Rye's favorite scene. I can't believe we won.
Mickey Hill
what
has
a pile of garbage, man.
Mickey Hill has a hunch on what's going to be the bad beat Monday on SVP.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, these don't happen. They just don't happen. Oh, man.
Still no dopamine, fat guy.
It's
Yeah,
there.
He's a
I got
liar.
it.
He
I
gets
got
it
it.
more than you think.
No, that's not true. Not when I make a bet, I don't get a high from making a bet.
Yeah,
I get a
yeah,
high
yeah.
from a good football game. And that was fantastic. That moved it. That moved the line for me. It rarely happens, but it did.
This is the dirtiest ticket I've ever cashed, and I love it.
Well, exactly, because it was already lost money in my brain, and now it's different. Oh man.
Oh yeah, people are excited by this game.
My ticket has a skid mark. Does it ever? Imagine being like, there's probably one guy who bet big money on that. There's probably a 40K better on this game, maybe more.
Have a good night,
Imagine
Eric.
him. Yeah, good night, Eric. Imagine him going to the sports book, like, you got lucky. Imagine being cocky about it. Yeah. Oh, that was awesome. Sorry, I feel good about
wanted
it.
to go pick out his ticket from the trash.
It is. It's very difficult. There's a guy who did it. I think his name's Captain Jack or something. He's a pro sports bettor. It's very, very, very difficult to beat closing lines. Very difficult. But
the most meat on the bone is on opening lines.
Yeah.
This is an example. This game opened at 5. I think it actually opened at 3. Before,
No, that was a look ahead.
Yeah, but like even there are certain places where you can get a line like a week and a half before, and it was a 3-point spread. But like getting this line at 5 for the Seahawks would have been the difference between a win or a loss. And it goes with a lot of games, and that goes with like middling plays as well. But again, like it is a bit of a gamble getting lines at the start of the week because it's the opposite, right? Like if you like Philly, you get them at 5, you would have lost compared to the closing line. But it's decision over results. Seattle -5 was the play to make this game, like a couple percentage points in favor of that, and that ended up covering today, and it wouldn't have covered otherwise. So
I'm getting blown up here. This is awesome.
oh, let it blow up. I got a feeling it's going to be a little bit till we start the show. I cashed this and Arizona this year. That's pretty damn nice. Never in doubt, says Jake. Never in doubt. Hail Mary City. Call me Dirty Dylan. I'm going to continue with the Debbie Downer routine when behind that shit works.
I can't. I'm so elated just because it's never happened. I've never had a cover like this. I've had it go the other way about 6 times. This is unreal. What's the worst one? I think Philly did it to us. It was Philly Jacksonville.
Well, the one that stood out to me, and I can't even remember what team he was on, but Aqib Talib had a pick 6.
Denver.
When if he went down, it would have been a win, and instead he got the pick, and like he like had to dance around guys. It wasn't like he walked into the end
It was a
zone.
35-yard return. That was against the Jets and Geno Smith, and we were on the bad end of that. We had a locked up cover because we had Jets plus 7.5, and they were down 4, and he threw a bomb, and it was intercepted with 35 yards. And Talib, he had the game in his hands, and he returned it. Oh.
Well, not only were we covering, I think the Jets were winning outright, and the Broncos came down and scored to go ahead. I'm pretty sure that's how that game was. That's why
Are
it
you
was
sure?
like,
I thought they were down 4 and we had 7.5.
well, like I think they were up 3, and then the Broncos scored a touchdown to go up 4. Oh, it's one of those ones. Big Ryan. Yeah, we did have Chubb when he stepped out of bounds, but I don't mind that. Like
that's fine.
If the guy makes the right play, then so be it. Like this isn't. There's no rhyme or reason to what happened in this game.
Yeah, my worst one ever is I had it was San Francisco at Atlanta, and I had San Francisco plus 15.5, and I had San Francisco on the money line, and this is when I was handicapping, and I actually had them as 1-point favorites. It was my biggest bet of the year. This is when I first started, so my unit sizing was a little bit different. But I mean, it was a big deal for me at the time. And they got an interception instead of going down. I think it was Dre Bly for the 49ers. They were up 12-10, and he started returning it. And Roddy White punched it out. They returned it. They recovered the fumble. Then they bombed it 40 yards downfield. Got down. Matt Bryant kicked the 50-yard field goal. We lost 13-12, and that cost me I think a couple $1,000. And for me at the time, that was I was just literally just sitting with my arms crossed at the dinner table. I think I was still living at home then too, so that was like a big deal. That was a big deal. That game still won this. It still hit the spread huge, but that was the worst. What year was that? 2009. I'm gonna say.
It looks like the Cowboys-Ravens game next week is scheduled for Tuesday now.
Yeah, it is. Maybe it was 2010. It was 16-14. Oh, and they got a safety, right, San Francisco? Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, 16-14.
Live stream the Ravens game on the 8th. Cowboys Ravens. If we can do it, we're gonna do it. That's how it is, Max. We're not always able to jump on live stream because of our day jobs. But
yeah, that's one way of putting it.
If we can, we do. All right, so that's gonna be a Tuesday game. Hell yeah, Untouchable. We'll catch you tomorrow. Or I guess there's no game now tomorrow, is there? It's Wednesday, so.
No, today's Monday. There's a game. Oh yeah, it is Wednesday. It was Nate Clements. I'm looking at this play right now. Matt Ryan passed short middle of 10 for Tony Gonzalez, intercepted by Nate Clements, Atlanta 49. Nate Clements to Atlanta 10 for 39 yards. Roddy White fumbles. Roddy White recovered by Atlanta. H. Dahl, Atlanta 7. So he returned it 39 yards and fumbled when they won the game.
Yikes.
Oh my, this is the worst one. I have it right in front of me.
Zaps, we don't bet thousands anymore, at least typically. And if we were going to be betting thousands with what we've been teaching everyone, we'd have to have a $100,000 bankroll minimum.
Yeah, that's right. That was back in the day. It was a little different.
Yeah, Cassone locked it up this week, so he's going to be the winner. That helps us out with the video because it's a guaranteed result. Is your phone still blowing up, fat guy, from the win?
I think it's subsided. Five, Mickey. Seattle covered. Dude, this feels like Christmas today when that. Where are you getting this, Big Rye? What site?
I'm getting the schedule from NFL.com. I'm just
because you don't use Action anymore, right?
Well, I'm still going to use Action to put in all the other information, but I just want to make sure I get every game. I don't want to be missing games like we have a couple times this year.
Twice. Yeah.
Can't believe this Ravens game is going to be at 3:40. Yeah, I don't know. They announced today too that San Fran's going to play both their games in Arizona.
Yeah. Some cool rule.
It's just it's football is definitely like the scheduling stuff is weird right now, and it could get only stranger as the weeks go along. Steelers have to play Wednesday and the following Monday. Yeah, it's looking like it. And they have an early start on Monday for some reason. So sweet deal for the Steelers, right? Somehow their division rivals are getting to force them. Sonny said this is the best gambling duo ever. I mean, these boys fade the public. Yeah, it's not rocket science, Sonny. Steelers had COVID cases too. That's a good point. It's just it's tough what they're doing. Like if they're just gonna push games back a couple days, like the fact that Pittsburgh has to play on Wednesday and then play again on Monday, early on Monday, is like it's not good. There's a reason why these guys need so much rest between games. Yeah, have a good night, Jake. Congrats, man.
See you guys.
Yeah. It's because they Fat Guy says it the best when you talk about like people feel like they can justify losing if they're on a favorite.
Yeah, it's easier for them. So they'd rather lose fashionably than win ugly. What are you gonna do for the Denver line? Just put that.
I think what you did is fine.
I think that's no one can hate on that for the contest.
Well, I think they had.
I've seen
Insights.
close to that. I've seen close to that.
Yeah, right now it's 13.
Yeah, but that's been taken down.
Pinnacle had it at 14 before it was taken down.
Well, there you go. What do we do for Dallas Baltimore?
Yeah, if you can't take a side because you don't care if they win, then I don't like you're just printing money.
I think we have to go with that for Dallas Baltimore.
Mickey said that Schefter reported the league felt they had containment in Denver and they didn't care about the competitive disadvantage.
Holy jeez.
Well, it's the NFL has to decide like what kind of product they want to put on the field, and that was a interesting product to put on the field that game. I got a feeling that wouldn't have flown with certain owners.
That was a poetic win. It's beautiful. What a lucky win. Good question. We're gonna get to all of that. We can't. We're about to do the pick show.
Yeah, Dylan. The video is gonna be out in like I don't know 6, 7, 8 hours, whatever it is. 8 hours or so. We'll have the video out. As not to shell out, but we do have the membership, and in the membership we do an opening line video. So there is some info if you want to get it like right when the lines come out. If you're that
Yeah, we do it right after.
Yeah, so that's an option as well.
Yeah, it's $5 Canadian. We have to set it at something, and that's probably the most simple one. Dylan probably did. Good for him. God, that was awesome. Sorry, we're not as talkative. We're just trying to do like set up the video.
Yeah, we're working on stuff at the same time.
He got 177 yards. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
I'm saying every week I find it harder to say that Metcalf isn't the best receiver in the league, which is bonkers. considering so many teams passed on him in the draft, and there's so many questions about if he could even run a route. It sure helps being on on the same team as Russell Wilson.
Some of these almost look going squares almost. Ugh.
Well, you know what's funny about the Eagles is that like it's got to be just one person. I don't know how else to explain it, but there's one person who just jumps on the Eagles every single week.
They did it
Start
again.
of the week. They did it again, and it's the funny thing about last week is that they would have got the line at 5 and they didn't cover.
Yeah, they would have. They would have got the line of
Unless they're doing a big bet on the Eagles so they could fade them at the end of the week, which is also something that might be happening.
Paying juice twice, so you have to increase your win rate so much.
Oh, well, who knows how much money's getting bet? If it's enough to move the line, then
Well, I mean, maybe they bet like 10K on this, because I would move it right now. No, 20K. You have to bet like 140 the other way almost. I mean, I guess
it's possible. It's definitely possible.
It's
It's just
possible.
weird. It's weird that the Eagles have so much play at the start of the week, every single week.
They have it again. I like them this week again, even though that was so garbage.
All right, I've checked over all this stuff. I guess it looks like you're still making the picks. I still have to do some other housekeeping.
Well, I got to
work.
adjust Cowboys. I put the wrong line in. Cowboys, Baltimore.
Did you do the names of the week yet?
Oh yeah, that's already done.
Okay. I'll
That was a
appreciate it,
close one.
Max. We hopefully add some more value to the membership than we do on the streams, but like we're always gonna have the streams. We're always gonna have the pick videos for free. The Discord's awesome though. Like if you guys like the YouTube chat, the Discord is it's the
100
YouTube
times
chat
better.
all day, 24/7, which it's really really nice. Surprisingly,
It's got a more influx of sports too.
yeah. Some people were sleeping on AJ Brown too. Like these guys have played. Both of those guys have played really well. Metcalf, I think, has played a little bit better, but they're just freak athletes.
Yeah, Discord's incredible. Mickey's a big part of the Discord. There's some excellent information that flows through there.
Mickey said the Eagles' net yards per play is lockstep with Hawks this year before tonight's game, which it's interesting because Seattle sure looks like the better offensive team. Yeah, it's become very valuable for all of us, to be honest. The Discord chat. Well, and Max, like everybody makes everybody sharper. There's things that like Mickey has brought to us that we've started incorporating into the show. Like even last night, we were talking about we were just talking about just different gambling like strategies, and Like I was using stats that Mickey uses, that NEA, and I find it just anything to make you sharper is good. It's better.
I got him locked in. Some of these lines I don't like, but what are you gonna do?
Well, it's all part of it. It's part of the show.
I'll explain it anyways.
It's a weird week that think about. We used to do this 24 hours earlier, and somehow still some of these markets aren't even up yet.
I'm glad, Max. I'm glad this is helping everybody. It's I have noticed. I know there's a couple of young kids that have followed my lead a little bit. They asked me questions, and I don't know, they found it very interesting because most groups of friends are very square, and they find it funny that the way they talk now. So, so I mean, it's interesting. It's a different outlook, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it was Tennessee and somebody else, and we got it right. Yeah, we were right on the money. So, yeah, and it landed on that number too. Yeah, well, it's good. They're a great source of information, though, Max. That's what I found, at least. That's why I hang around the bar a lot, because I like hearing. Like their output. You know what I mean? Because this whole thing is a scam to get their money. That's what it is. And then there's a little bit of a way for us to just enjoy the games and profit slightly from them, right? As long as we follow this type of system, because this is designed to get their money. So I don't want it to be designed to get mine, right? So but I like listening to those types of people because it gives me an insight into the mind of how are they going to market this line to them, and then they often do. So. All right, I'm ready to roll when you are.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us for the stream. We're going to call it a night now. Fat Guy and I have to record the picks video. So we'll be working on that tonight and then have it posted or premiering tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Pacific. Fortunately, that's too early for the Fat Guy and I, 5 a.m. Pacific Time, but definitely jump in there and watch the video if you have a chance. I appreciate everyone's support, and congrats to everybody who was on the Eagles tonight. It was
I guess
definitely a nice win. A very lucky, a very fortunate win. Yeah, good win, guys. You guys all have a good night.
Yeah.